The Phantom of the Carpathian Hills. Welcome to What If, Sleep Storian. Soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight. And, if you wish, what's on your mind? I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more nightbound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The fog pressed against the windows of 221B Baker Street like a curious child peering through glass, its fingers trailing condensation down the panes in lazy wandering paths. Inside, the coal fire whispered secrets to itself, casting amber shadows that danced across leather-bound volumes and the familiar clutter of Sherlock Holmes' sitting room. The scent of pipe tobacco mingled with the earthy dampness that seeped through London's very bones on this particular November evening in 1894, creating an atmosphere thick enough to wrap around one's shoulders like a favourite shawl. Dr. John Watson shifted in his chair, the leather creaking a soft protest as he reached for his teacup. The porcelain was warm against his fingertips, a small comfort against the chill that seemed to follow London's fog wherever it wandered. He glanced toward his companion, who sat motionless in his own chair, long fingers steepled beneath his chin, grey eyes fixed upon something invisible in the middle distance. Holmes had been in this position for the better part of an hour, as still as a cat watching for mice, though Watson suspected his friend's mind was racing through corridors of logic that would leave lesser mortals dizzy. The city beyond their windows hummed with its evening rhythms. Carriages clattered over cobblestones with the irregular percussion of urban life, their wheels finding every gap and crevice with the persistence of rain finding its way to earth. Somewhere in the distance a church bell tolled the hour, 8 o'clock, though the fog made it feel later, as if time itself had slowed to match the leisurely pace of the mist. Gas lamps flickered to life along Baker Street, their yellow glow creating small pools of warmth in the grey evening, each one a tiny beacon for souls making their way home through London's eternal twilight. Watson took a sip of his tea, Earl Grey, perfectly steeped by their long-suffering landlady Mrs. Hudson, and allowed himself a moment of contentment. There was something profoundly satisfying about these quiet interludes between cases, when the world's mysteries seemed content to wait outside their door like well-mannered visitors. The sitting room held them in its familiar embrace, the scattered newspapers, Holmes' chemical apparatus gleaming dully in the firelight, the violin case resting against the wall like a sleeping animal, and the comfortable disorder that spoke of two men who had found their perfect sanctuary against the chaos of London. The peace was interrupted by the soft tread of footsteps on the stairs, Mrs. Hudson's measured pace, recognisable to both men after years of shared domesticity. She appeared in the doorway, her grey hair neatly pinned, her expression bearing that particular mixture of exasperation and fondness that seemed reserved exclusively for her tenants. "A letter, Mr. Holmes," she announced, extending a cream-coloured envelope with the sort of reverent care usually reserved for religious artefacts, delivered by a private messenger no less. The poor boy looked half-drowned from the fog. Holmes emerged from his reverie like a swimmer surfacing from deep water, his attention immediately sharp and focused. At this hour? How delightfully irregular! He rose with fluid grace and accepted the letter, his keen eyes already examining the envelope before Mrs. Hudson had fully retreated down the stairs. "Expensive paper," he murmured, turning it over in his hands. "The watermark suggests Harrods, or perhaps Fortnum's. Our correspondent has particular tastes." Watson set down his teacup with interest. "A client?" "Most likely, though the handwriting." Holmes held the envelope closer to the lamplight, studying the address with the intensity of a scholar examining ancient texts. Educated, certainly. Upper class. But notice how the pen has hesitated here and here. He indicated minute pauses in the script. Nervous. Our writer was either in great haste or considerable distress when this was composed. The wax seal bore an elaborate coat of arms that neither man immediately recognised. A rampant lion beneath a crown, surrounded by what appeared to be climbing roses. Holmes broke it with the careful attention of an archaeologist opening a tomb, and the letter unfolded to reveal several pages of the same expensive paper, covered in the same nervous handwriting. "My dear Mr. Holmes," Holmes began, settling back into his chair and adjusting his position to catch the firelight, "I write to you in the most dire circumstances. Having heard of your remarkable abilities from mutual acquaintances in the matter of inexplicable events, I fear I shall sound quite mad, but I assure you that what I relate is the absolute truth, however impossible it may seem." Watson leaned forward, intrigued despite himself. There was something in Holmes's voice, a subtle shift in tone that suggested his friend found the letter more interesting than he was letting on. The fire crackled appreciatively, as if it too were settling in for a good story. "My name is Reginald Ashworth, and I have the honour of being a collector of antiquities, with particular expertise in the folklore and artefacts of Eastern Europe. I have recently inherited a considerable estate in Transylvania, a gloomy but fascinating property that has been in my family for several generations. It was from this inheritance that my troubles began." "Transylvania," Watson murmured, unable to suppress a slight smile. "How wonderfully Gothic. I suppose he'll be telling us about wolves howling at the moon next." Holmes raised an eyebrow but continued reading. "I must confess, Mr. Holmes, that until recently I was a man of thoroughly modern sensibilities. I believed in science, in reason, in the steady march of progress that characterizes our glorious age. But what I have experienced in the past month has shaken these beliefs to their very foundations. I have been, I can think of no other way to express it, attacked by a vampire." Watson's teacup rattled against its saucer as he set it down, perhaps more forcefully than necessary. "Good Lord, a vampire? In London?" His medical training rebelled against such nonsense, though he had to admit that the grey fog pressing against their windows seemed suddenly more ominous. "Surely he can't be serious." "Oh, but he appears to be entirely serious," Holmes replied, his voice carrying that particular note of amusement that Watson had learned to recognise. "Listen to this. The attacks always come at night, Mr. Holmes. I wake to find myself weakened, with strange marks upon my neck. My physician, a thoroughly modern man of science, can offer no explanation. He speaks of nervous exhaustion, of the stresses of inheritance, but he cannot explain the marks, nor the gradual but steady decline in my health." The room seemed to grow quieter as Holmes read, the only sounds the gentle hiss of the coal fire and the distant murmur of London settling into its evening routines. Outside, a cab clattered past, its wheels finding every loose cobblestone with the persistence of destiny, and somewhere in the fog a cat yowled with the dramatic flair of a Covent Garden soprano. "I have consulted books, Mr. Holmes, ancient texts and modern treatises alike. The symptoms match perfectly with those described in accounts of vampiric predation. I know how this must sound to a man of your rational disposition, but I assure you I am not given to flights of fancy. I am a businessman, a collector, a man who deals in facts and provable artefacts. Yet I cannot deny what my own experience tells me." Watson shook his head slowly, though whether in disbelief or sympathy, he wasn't entirely certain. "Poor fellow. Whatever's happening to him, he's clearly distressed. Though I must say, his letter is remarkably well composed for a man supposedly being drained by the undead." "Quite so," Holmes agreed, his eyes already scanning ahead to the letter's conclusion. "And notice how he emphasises his rational nature, his business acumen. He's trying very hard to convince us, and perhaps himself, that he's not a hysteric. But here's where it becomes truly interesting. I would not trouble you with such an extraordinary matter, Mr. Holmes, were it not for one additional complication. My inheritance of the Transylvanian estate has been contested by distant relatives, the Blackwood family, who claim a prior right to the property. They have made several attempts to force me to relinquish my claim, and I cannot help but wonder if there is some connection between their efforts and my current difficulties." "Ah," Watson said, sitting back with visible relief. "Now we're getting somewhere. Inheritance disputes I can understand, much more sensible than supernatural attacks." Holmes folded the letter carefully, his expression thoughtful. "Perhaps. though I confess I'm intrigued by the combination of Gothic melodrama and mundane legal complications. Our Mr. Ashworth seems caught between two worlds, the rational world of Victorian commerce and the shadowy realm of Eastern European superstition. The fire settled lower in the grate, casting longer shadows across the room. Outside, the fog continued its patient vigil, transforming familiar Baker Street into something from a fairy tale. Gas lamps glowed like distant stars through the mist, and the sounds of the city seemed muffled, as if London itself were speaking in whispers. He concludes with a request for a meeting, Holmes continued, unfolding the letter once more. I would be most grateful if you could spare time to discuss this matter in person. I am, naturally, prepared to compensate you generously for your time and expertise. I reside at number 47 Grosvenor Square and am at your disposal at any hour you might find convenient. Time, I fear, may be of considerable importance. Each night brings fresh attacks, and I am beginning to fear for my very life. Watson reached for his tea again, finding comfort in the familiar ritual. Well, what do you make of it? Genuine supernatural occurrence, or merely the product of an overwrought imagination combined with a convenient inheritance dispute? Holmes was quiet for a long moment, his fingers drumming silently against the arm of his chair. When he finally spoke, there was a note of genuine interest in his voice that made Watson sit up straighter. What I find most intriguing, my dear Watson, is not what our correspondent tells us, but what he doesn't tell us. Notice that he provides no details about these alleged attacks beyond the marks on his neck and his resulting weakness. A man genuinely convinced he's being preyed upon by supernatural forces would surely have more to say about the actual encounters. Perhaps he's embarrassed, Watson suggested. It's not the sort of thing one discusses in polite society. Perhaps. Or perhaps our Mr. Ashworth knows more about his situation than he's willing to commit to paper. The timing is curious as well. He inherits a Transylvanian estate. Distant relatives immediately contest the inheritance, and supernatural attacks begin almost simultaneously. In my experience, Watson, coincidences of such magnitude are usually anything but coincidental. The clock on the mantelpiece chimed the half-hour, its silvery voice a counterpoint to the deeper bells of St. Marylebone Church in the distance. The fog seemed to be thickening, if such a thing were possible, transforming the gaslight from clear yellow to something more amber, more mysterious. It was the sort of evening that made even the most rational mind consider the possibility of things that went bump in the night. "Shall we pay Mr. Ashworth a visit tomorrow?" Watson asked, already knowing the answer from the gleam in his friend's eyes. "Oh, I think we must," Holmes replied, reaching for his pipe. "If nothing else, it promises to be an interesting exercise in the intersection of folklore and human nature. And I confess, Watson, I'm rather curious to meet a man who believes himself to be the victim of supernatural predation in the heart of Victoria's empire. Such faith in the impossible takes either tremendous credulity or considerable desperation." As Holmes began the familiar ritual of filling his pipe, Watson settled deeper into his chair and watched the fog continue its patient dance outside their windows. London was full of mysteries, some supernatural, some thoroughly mundane, and some occupying that fascinating grey area between the two. Whatever the truth behind Mr. Ashworth's vampire, Watson had no doubt that before this case was concluded, they would find themselves exploring territories far stranger than the familiar streets of their beloved city. The tobacco caught with a satisfying flare, adding its aromatic smoke to the room's comfortable atmosphere. Outside, a night watchman called the hour, his voice echoing strangely in the fog-muffled streets. And somewhere in Grosvenor Square, a frightened collector was perhaps even now checking the locks on his windows and wondering if morning would find him weaker still. The morning light filtered through London's persistent veil of coal smoke and mist, transforming the bustling streets into a watercolour painting where edges blurred and colours merged into gentle greys and golds. Holmes and Watson made their way through Mayfair's elegant thoroughfares, their footsteps echoing against the polished cobblestones that reflected the weak November sun like scattered coins. The air carried the mingled scents of horse leather, fresh bread from corner bakeries, and that particular London perfume of prosperity, a mixture of fine tobacco, imported tea, and the faint sweetness of hothouse flowers spilling from conservatories hidden behind Georgian facades. Grosvenor Square presented itself like a jewel box open to display its treasures. The great houses stood in perfect symmetry, their cream-coloured facades rising toward a sky that couldn't quite decide between grey and blue. Wrought iron railings guarded small gardens where late roses still bloomed despite the season's chill, their petals scattered on paths that gardeners would sweep away before the fashionable hour for calling. It was the sort of neighbourhood where even the sparrows seemed to chirp with refined accents, and the very air hummed with the quiet confidence of old money and older bloodlines. Number 47 distinguished itself from its neighbours with subtle ostentation. The brass nameplate polished to mirror brightness. The door painted a deep forest green that spoke of wealth, secure enough not to shout. The windows were draped in heavy burgundy velvet that allowed no glimpse of the interior, giving the house an aspect of brooding secrecy that seemed almost theatrical against the cheerful propriety of its surroundings. A single gas lamp burned beside the entrance despite the morning hour, its flame steady and unwavering, as if the house itself were determined to hold the darkness at bay. Holmes lifted the brass knocker, a lion's head with ruby eyes that caught the light with unsettling intensity, and let it fall 3 times against the door. The sound echoed within like distant thunder, and for a moment the street seemed to hold its breath. Then footsteps approached, measured and deliberate, and the door swung open to reveal a butler whose demeanour suggested he had been carved from granite, and then taught the finer points of service. "Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson," the butler intoned, as if announcing royalty. "Mr. Ashworth is expecting you in the library." The entrance hall struck Watson immediately as a museum piece, not the comfortable lived-in museum of their Baker Street sitting room, but something far more formal and deliberately impressive. The walls were lined with dark wood panelling that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, and hung with oil paintings depicting stern-faced ancestors whose eyes followed visitors with the persistence of guilt. A grandfather clock dominated one corner, its pendulum swinging with hypnotic regularity, marking time with the solemnity of a funeral dirge. The air itself felt thick with history and expensive furniture polish, creating an atmosphere of weight and consequence that made even breathing seem like an intrusion. Electric lights had been installed alongside the original gas fixtures, their modern brightness harsh against the deliberately Gothic decor. The combination created an unsettling juxtaposition, Victorian sensibilities illuminated by 20th century innovation, as if the house couldn't quite decide which century it wished to inhabit. Turkish carpets muffled their footsteps as they followed the butler through corridors lined with curiosities that spoke of extensive travel and eclectic tastes. Medieval tapestries hung beside African masks. Chinese porcelain shared shelf space with what appeared to be genuine Egyptian canopic jars, and everywhere the glint of gold and precious stones caught the eye like scattered stars. The library, when they reached it, proved to be a magnificent contradiction. Simultaneously, the most civilized room imaginable and something from a Gothic romance. Floor-to-ceiling shelves held thousands of volumes, their leather spines creating a tapestry of burgundy, forest green, and gold that spoke of centuries of accumulated knowledge. Tall windows draped in the same heavy velvet as the front rooms allowed filtered sunlight to stream across Persian rugs, so fine they seemed too beautiful to walk upon. A fire crackled in a marble fireplace, large enough to roast an ox, its warmth barely touching the room's far corners, where shadows gathered like conspirators. But it was the man who rose from behind the mahogany desk who commanded immediate attention. Reginald Ashworth was perhaps 50 years of age, with the bearing of someone accustomed to command and the nervous energy of a thoroughbred horse kept too long in stable. His hair, silver at the temples but still thick and dark elsewhere, was meticulously groomed despite the early hour. His clothes, a morning coat of excellent cut, striped trousers pressed to knife-edge precision, spoke of Savile Row's finest, yet somehow he wore them as if they were borrowed finery. Most striking were his eyes, pale grey, intelligent, but haunted by something that made them dart constantly toward the windows as if expecting unwelcome visitors. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," Ashworth said, his voice carrying the cultured tones of Cambridge and the slight tremor of barely controlled anxiety. "I cannot express how grateful I am that you've agreed to see me. Please, sit. May I offer you tea? Coffee? Something stronger, perhaps? I find myself in need of fortification these days, though it seems to provide precious little comfort." Holmes settled into a leather chair that probably cost more than most Londoners earned in a year, his keen eyes already cataloguing details with the systematic attention of a scientist examining specimens. "Tea would be most welcome, Mr. Ashworth, and please, do sit down yourself. You appear to be somewhat overwrought." Ashworth rang for refreshments with hands that trembled almost imperceptibly, then perched on the edge of his own chair as if prepared for immediate flight. Watson, drawing upon his medical training, noted the man's pale complexion, the slight hollowness around his eyes, and what appeared to be recent weight loss, all symptoms consistent with prolonged stress, poor sleep, or indeed some form of systematic debilitation. "You received my letter," Ashworth began without preamble, his fingers drumming against the chair's arm with nervous energy. "I know how it must have sounded, the ravings of a madman, perhaps, or someone seeking attention through sensational claims. But I assure you, gentlemen, that every word was truth. These attacks, these visitations, they continue nightly. I am at my wit's end." The tea arrived with the sort of silent efficiency that spoke of well-trained servants and substantial household budgets. The service was Wedgwood, the china so fine it seemed to glow with inner light, and the tea itself carried the complex aroma of the finest Earl Grey blended with something more exotic, perhaps bergamot oil imported directly from Italy's Calabrian coast. Watson found himself momentarily distracted by such luxury, before returning his attention to their host's obvious distress. "Perhaps," Holmes suggested, settling back with his teacup balanced perfectly in one hand, "you might begin by telling us about this inheritance. The Transylvanian estate you mentioned in your letter, when did it come into your possession, and under what circumstances?" Ashworth's relief at having something concrete to discuss was palpable. "My great-uncle Bartholomew died last spring. April, I believe it was. Curious old fellow, spent most of his life travelling through Eastern Europe, collecting artefacts and stories. Never married, no children, and most of the family had written him off as an eccentric who'd gone native, so to speak. I was as surprised as anyone when his solicitor informed me that I'd inherited his estate near Brasov." "Near Brasov," Holmes repeated thoughtfully. "That would place it in the heart of Transylvanian folklore territory. The very region that has given us our most persistent vampire legends. How convenient." Watson detected the slight edge of scepticism in his friend's voice, though Ashworth seemed to miss it entirely. "Yes, exactly," the collector exclaimed. "Uncle Bartholomew was fascinated by local legends, spent decades studying them. His estate, Castle Raven's Hollow it's called, is apparently filled with artifacts and documents related to Transylvanian folklore. I was rather looking forward to examining his collection until—" He gestured vaguely toward his neck, where Watson now noticed what appeared to be faint marks just above his collar line. "May I?" Watson asked, rising and approaching their host with professional courtesy. Ashworth nodded nervously, tilting his head to expose his throat with the reluctant air of a man submitting to unpleasant medical examination. The marks, when Watson examined them closely, were indeed curious. 2 small punctures, precisely parallel, showing signs of recent healing yet somehow appearing fresh. But something about them struck his medical eye as odd. They were too clean, too perfectly placed, lacking the ragged edges one might expect from actual bite wounds. More intriguingly, there was no sign of the inflammation or infection that should accompany such injuries. "Fascinating," Watson murmured, stepping back. "The wounds appear genuine, though I must say they're remarkably neat. Almost precise." "You see," Ashworth said eagerly. "My own physician said much the same thing. Dr. Pemberton, excellent man, trained at Edinburgh, examined them thoroughly and confessed himself baffled. He's prescribed tonics for my weakness, suggested I take a holiday somewhere warmer and sunnier, but he cannot explain the marks themselves." Holmes had been listening with the patient attention of a cat watching for mice, his fingers steepled beneath his chin. "These attacks," he said quietly, "describe them for us." "What exactly do you remember?" Ashworth's nervous energy intensified, his hands now openly trembling as he reached for his teacup. "That's just it, Mr. Holmes. I remember very little. I retire to bed feeling perfectly normal, perhaps even optimistic despite my troubles, but I wake in the early hours, always between 3 and 4 o'clock, feeling drained, weakened, as if my very life force has been sapped during the night. The marks are always fresh, sometimes still bleeding slightly, and I feel as if I've been running for miles despite having been asleep in my bed." "Your household staff," Watson interjected. "Surely they must have noticed something unusual? Sounds in the night, signs of intrusion?" A shadow crossed Ashworth's features. "That's another peculiarity, Doctor. My staff insist they've heard nothing out of the ordinary. The doors remain locked, the windows secure. My butler, Hawkins, who answered your knock, sleeps on the ground floor and claims to be a light sleeper, yet he's noticed nothing unusual. It's as if my attacker comes and goes like mist, leaving no trace save these marks and my growing weakness." Holmes leaned forward slightly, his grey eyes sharp with interest. "Yet you mentioned in your letter that this began shortly after you inherited the Transylvanian estate. Have you had any actual contact with the property, or does your knowledge of it come entirely through your uncle's solicitor?" "I've received numerous documents from the estate's caretaker, a man named Grigor, who apparently served my uncle faithfully for decades. The correspondence has been unsettling. He writes of strange occurrences at the castle, of local villagers crossing themselves when the name Ravenshollow is mentioned, of livestock found drained of blood in the surrounding countryside. I had planned to visit personally, to examine my inheritance firsthand, but then these attacks began." The fire settled in the grate with a soft whisper, sending shadows dancing across the leather-bound volumes that surrounded them. Outside, the sounds of London continued their eternal rhythm. Carriages passing, vendors calling their wares, the steady progression of a city that had little patience for Gothic mysteries. Yet within the library's walls, surrounded by artifacts from stranger places and older times, such mysteries seemed not only possible, but inevitable. "And the Blackwood family?" Holmes inquired, his tone deliberately casual. "You mentioned they've contested your inheritance. What form has this contest taken?" Ashworth's expression darkened visibly. "Persistent correspondence, initially. Letters from their solicitor claiming that my great-uncle's will was invalid, that the estate rightfully belongs to them through some obscure genealogical connection. When I refused to relinquish my claim, they became more aggressive in their approach." "Aggressive in what way?" "Personal visits, for one thing. Marcus Blackwood himself called here several times, each visit more heated than the last. He's a large man, Dr. Watson, intimidating in the way that some men cultivate deliberately. He made several rather explicit threats about what might happen to me if I persisted in my illegal occupation of what he considers his family's property." Watson frowned. "Threats of violence? Did you report this to the authorities?" "I considered it, but what could I prove?" Blackwood is careful with his words, never quite crossing the line into actionable threat. He speaks in generalities about the dangers faced by outsiders who meddle in Transylvanian affairs, about the unfortunate fates that have befallen previous claimants to ancient properties, all very atmospheric and Gothic, but nothing that would interest a British magistrate. Holmes had been studying the artefacts scattered around the library while listening to Ashworth's account. Now he rose and approached a display case containing what appeared to be medieval religious items, crucifixes, holy water vessels, and other objects that spoke of faith deployed as protection against supernatural threats. "These pieces," Holmes observed, examining a particularly ornate silver cross, "they're genuine medieval work, aren't they? Quite valuable, I should think." Ashworth nodded proudly, his nervous energy momentarily giving way to collector's enthusiasm. 15th century, most of them, acquired during my travels through the Balkans several years ago. That particular cross is from a monastery near Belgrade, supposedly blessed by St. Sava himself. I've always been drawn to objects with protective properties, Call it superstition if you will, but I find comfort in surrounding myself with items that have been revered for their power to ward off evil. And yet, Holmes noted with gentle irony, they seem to have provided little protection against your current difficulties. The observation struck home with visible force. Ashworth slumped slightly in his chair, the momentary animation fading from his features. Yes, well, perhaps their power has been overestimated by centuries of credulous believers. Or perhaps what I face is beyond their capacity to protect against. Watson leaned forward, his medical instincts engaged. Mr. Ashworth, have you considered the possibility that your symptoms might have a more mundane explanation? Stress from the inheritance dispute, perhaps combined with suggestion brought on by exposure to Transylvanian folklore. The mind can produce remarkably convincing physical symptoms when sufficiently disturbed. You think I'm imagining this? Ashworth's voice carried a note of desperate hope. Believe me, Doctor, I would welcome such an explanation. But how does one imagine these marks? How does one suggest oneself into physical debilitation that grows worse each night? Holmes returned to his chair, his expression thoughtful. Perhaps the question is not whether the attacks are real, but rather who or what is perpetrating them. In my experience, Mr. Ashworth, supernatural explanations are rarely necessary when human nature provides such abundant motives for mischief. The clock in the corner chimed the hour, 11 o'clock, though the heavy drapery made it feel later. Outside, the November sun was making a valiant effort to burn through London's perpetual haze, sending weak, golden light streaming through the library's tall windows. It was the sort of light that transformed dust motes into dancing spirits and made even the most rational mind consider possibilities beyond the mundane world of Victorian propriety. "What would you have me do?" Ashworth asked, his voice carrying the weight of a man who had exhausted his own resources and now placed his fate in other hands. "I cannot continue like this much longer. Each night I grow weaker, and I begin to fear that one morning I simply will not wake at all." Holmes smiled with the quiet confidence that Watson had learned to recognize as the prelude to action. "First, we shall examine your security arrangements more thoroughly. If something is indeed gaining access to your home nightly, there must be some trace of its passage. Second, I should very much like to meet this Marcus Blackwood and assess his character for myself. And finally—" He paused, his grey eyes glinting with something that might have been anticipation. "I think it might be wise to spend a night here, to observe these alleged attacks firsthand." The suggestion clearly terrified Ashworth, yet he nodded with the grim determination of a man who had reached the end of his tether. "If you believe it necessary, Mr. Holmes. Though I warn you, the experience is deeply unsettling. To wake and find oneself weakened, marked, violated in some fundamental way, it challenges one's faith in the rational order of the world." "Perhaps," Holmes replied quietly, "that is precisely what someone intends." The afternoon found Holmes and Watson threading their way through the labyrinthine corridors of the British Museum, their footsteps echoing against marble floors worn smooth by countless scholars and curious visitors. The great institution hummed with the quiet energy of accumulated knowledge, its halls filled with the whispered conversations of researchers and the soft rustle of turning pages. Gaslight competed with the newer electric bulbs to illuminate glass cases filled with treasures from across the empire, creating pools of warm yellow light that made ancient artifacts seem to glow with inner fire. Dr. Pembroke, the museum's chief librarian for Eastern European studies, was a man who seemed to have been constructed entirely from parchment and good intentions. His wispy grey hair floated around his head like dandelion seeds, and his wire-rimmed spectacles perched precariously on a nose that appeared to have been designed specifically for peering at manuscripts. He led them through reading rooms where scholars bent over ancient texts like monks at prayer, past displays of Byzantine icons that watched their passage with golden eyes, and into a private study lined with volumes that seemed to exhale the very essence of old-world mystery. Transylvanian folklore, Dr. Pembroke mused, settling behind a desk piled high with research materials, particularly vampire legends. Most fascinating subject, though, I must confess it's not one that attracts serious academic attention. Too much sensationalism, you understand. Penny dreadfuls and Gothic novels have rather poisoned the well of scholarly discourse." Holmes leaned forward with interest, his fingers dancing lightly across the spine of a leather-bound volume titled Folklore and Superstition in the Carpathian Mountains. Yet surely there must be some genuine ethnographic material, local traditions that predate the literary embellishments? "Oh, certainly," Pembroke replied, warming to his subject. "The vampire myth in that region is remarkably persistent and specific. Unlike the romantic Gothic creatures of modern fiction, traditional Transylvanian vampires were seen as very real threats, former humans who had returned from death to prey upon their communities. The local populations developed elaborate rituals for identification and protection. Watson accepted a cup of tea from the museum service, institutional china rather than Ashworth's Wedgwood, but the brew was strong and comforting nonetheless. "What sort of identification methods?" I asked from medical curiosity. "You understand?" Pembroke consulted several open volumes, his finger tracing passages with the reverent care of a biblical scholar. Physical examination of suspected vampires typically focused on specific signs: the condition of fingernails and teeth, the presence of blood around the mouth, certain types of wounds or marks. But what I find most interesting from a sociological perspective is how vampire accusations often coincided with inheritance disputes or property conflicts. Holmes exchanged a meaningful glance with Watson. "Indeed? How fascinating. Could you elaborate on that connection?" "Well," Pembroke continued, clearly delighted to have such an attentive audience, "vampire accusations were frequently levelled against individuals who had recently come into property or wealth, particularly if that inheritance was contested by other parties. It's as if the supernatural allegations served as a form of social pressure to encourage the supposed victim to abandon their claims. The reading room around them seemed to grow quieter, as if the very books were leaning in to listen. Dust motes danced in the afternoon sunlight streaming through tall windows, and somewhere in the distance a church bell tolled the hour with the patient regularity of centuries. Watson found himself thinking of Ashworth's pale face and nervous energy, of the mysterious marks on his throat, and the convenient timing of the attacks. Were such accusations typically anonymous, Holmes inquired, or did they come from identifiable sources? Anonymous, usually, whispered rumours, unsigned warnings, that sort of thing. The accusers rarely exposed themselves to potential retaliation, but the effects could be quite dramatic. Entire communities might turn against the suspected vampire, making their continued residence impossible. Holmes stood and began to pace slowly around the small study, his hands clasped behind his back. And in cases where inheritance was involved, what typically became of the disputed property? Why, it would revert to the next claimant, of course, Pembroke replied. If the primary heir could be driven away or eliminated through supernatural fears, the property would naturally pass to whoever had the next strongest legal claim. Quite convenient, really, for anyone unscrupulous enough to orchestrate such a campaign. The implications hung in the air like incense, adding weight to suspicions that had been forming since their morning visit to Grosvenor Square. Watson found himself remembering Marcus Blackwood's threats, the precisely placed marks on Ashworth's throat, and the curious lack of any witnesses to the alleged supernatural attacks. Their next destination was the morgue at St Bartholomew's Hospital, where Dr. Marcus Whitfield presided over London's unfortunate dead with the cheerful efficiency of a man who had long ago made peace with mortality. The morgue occupied the hospital's basement, its stone walls weeping condensation that made even the warmest day feel chill and damp. Gas jets flickered along the walls, casting wavering shadows that danced across marble examination tables and glass cabinets filled with medical instruments that gleamed like surgical stars. Dr. Whitfield was a robust man in his 50s, with a sort of ruddy complexion that spoke of regular meals and comfortable living despite his grim profession. He received Holmes and Watson in his office, a surprisingly cosy chamber heated by a coal stove and decorated with medical texts, anatomical charts, and a collection of preserved specimens that Watson tried not to examine too closely. "Vampire bites," Whitfield chuckled, settling his considerable bulk into a chair that creaked in protest. "My dear fellow, I've examined thousands of corpses in my career, and I can tell you with absolute certainty that vampire bites are remarkably rare. In fact, I'd venture to say they're non-existent." Holmes smiled. "But surely you must have encountered unusual wounds that might have been mistaken for supernatural attacks." "Oh, certainly. Human teeth marks, animal bites, puncture wounds from various implements. The variety is quite remarkable, actually. But what most people don't realise is how distinctive genuine bite marks are. The human mouth creates a very specific pattern of bruising and tearing that's quite unmistakable to the trained eye." Watson leaned forward with professional interest. "What about puncture wounds that might simulate fangs? Could such marks be created artificially?" Whitfield's eyes sharpened with curiosity. "Artificially? You mean deliberately inflicted to resemble supernatural attack? How intriguing. Yes, I suppose it could be done, though it would require considerable knowledge of anatomy and wound patterns. One would need to know precisely where to place the punctures, how deep to make them, how to avoid major blood vessels while still drawing blood." "Medical knowledge," Holmes observed quietly. "Precisely. Or perhaps theatrical knowledge. Stage makeup artists become quite skilled at creating convincing wounds for dramatic effect. I've consulted on several West End productions where realistic injuries were required." The afternoon was growing late as they made their way back through London's bustling streets, the gas lamps beginning to flicker to life as the sun weakened behind its perpetual veil of coal smoke and mist. The city's rhythm was shifting from the busy urgency of day to the more contemplative pace of evening, when working folk made their way home, and the fashionable prepared for their evening entertainments. Carriages clattered past with increasing frequency, their occupants wrapped in furs and fine wool against the November chill. Their final stop was the offices of Pemberton and Associates, solicitors, located in a narrow building that leaned against its neighbours like an elderly gentleman requiring support. The stairs creaked ominously as they climbed to the third floor, where Mr. Charles Pemberton maintained his practice amid towers of legal documents and the comfortable disorder of successful advocacy. Pemberton proved to be a thin, energetic man with prematurely silver hair and the sharp eyes of someone accustomed to detecting deception in human nature. His office overlooked a courtyard where pigeons roosted in the eaves and laundry hung from neighbouring windows like prayer flags in an urban sanctuary. The Ashworth inheritance, Pemberton mused, consulting a thick file bound in red ribbon. Yes, quite a complex situation. Bartholomew Ashworth's will was properly executed and witnessed, but the Blackwood family has raised several interesting challenges to its validity. Holmes settled into a chair that had seen better decades, its horsehair stuffing poking through worn leather. What sort of challenges? They claim that Bartholomew Ashworth was not of sound mind when he executed the will, citing his obsession with supernatural folklore as evidence of mental incapacity. They've also questioned whether the will represents his true intentions, suggesting that he may have been influenced by persons unknown who sought to benefit from his estate. Watson frowned. Have they provided evidence for these claims? Testimony from local villagers near the Transylvanian estate, mostly. Statements describing Bartholomew's eccentric behaviour, his reclusive habits, his alleged fear of supernatural forces. Nothing that would convince a British court, but potentially damaging in local proceedings. Holmes studied the London skyline through the grimy window, where church spires and factory chimneys competed for dominance against the darkening sky. Has the Blackwood family made any direct overtures to your client? Attempts at negotiation or compromise? Pemberton's expression grew troubled. Several, actually. Marcus Blackwood has made increasingly generous offers to purchase Reginald's interest in the estate. The latest offer was quite substantial, far more than the property's assessed value according to local land records. Yet Mr. Ashworth has declined these offers. Consistently. He claims the estate represents more than mere financial value, that it's his connection to his family history and his uncle's scholarly work. He's expressed particular interest in Bartholomew's collection of folklore materials, apparently viewing them as academically significant. The solicitor's office was growing dim as afternoon faded toward evening, the gaslight casting long shadows across legal documents and law books. Outside, the sounds of London's evening began, the clip-clop of horses returning to their stables, the calls of vendors selling hot chestnuts and evening papers, the distant music of a barrel organ playing a melancholy waltz. As they prepared to leave, Pemberton offered one final observation. I should mention that Marcus Blackwood has recently retained new legal counsel, a firm with offices in both London and Eastern Europe. They specialise in international property law, particularly cases involving disputed inheritances in regions with unusual legal traditions. The implication was clear, even if unstated. The Blackwood family was escalating their efforts, bringing professional expertise to bear on their campaign to claim the Transylvanian estate. Combined with the supernatural harassment of Ashworth himself, it painted a picture of coordinated pressure designed to force capitulation through multiple channels. The hansom cab that carried them back to Baker Street moved through streets increasingly shrouded in London's eternal fog, the gas lamps creating pools of wan yellow light that barely penetrated the gathering darkness. Inside the cab's leather interior, Holmes sat in contemplative silence, while Watson reviewed the day's revelations in his mind. 3 separate sources, Watson finally observed, all suggesting that vampire accusations have historically been used to resolve inheritance disputes. Rather convenient, wouldn't you say? Holmes smiled grimly. Indeed. And each source providing a piece of the puzzle. Dr. Pembroke gives us the historical precedent. Dr. Whitfield confirms that the physical evidence could be fabricated by someone with appropriate knowledge, and Mr. Pemberton reveals the escalating legal pressure. Together they suggest a rather different explanation for Mr. Ashworth's nocturnal visitors. The cab turned into Baker Street, where their familiar lodgings waited like a lighthouse in the fog. Mrs. Hudson's windows glowed with warm yellow light, promising tea, comfort, and the peaceful sanctuary of home. Yet Watson found himself thinking of Ashworth alone in his Grosvenor Square mansion, counting the hours until darkness fell, and whatever or whoever stalked him would return. "Tomorrow," Holmes said as they alighted from the cab, "I think we should pay a visit to Mr. Marcus Blackwood. It's time we met the other claimant to this Transylvanian inheritance and assessed his character for ourselves." The fog swirled around them as they climbed the familiar steps to 221B, and somewhere in the distance a church clock tolled the evening hour. London settled into its nightly routine, unaware that in one of its finest neighbourhoods, an ancient drama of greed, deception, and manufactured terror was playing out with thoroughly modern precision. As they reached their door, Watson paused to look back at the fog-shrouded street. "Do you really believe we'll find a rational explanation for all this, Holmes? The evidence seems to point toward human conspiracy, yet there's something about Ashworth's terror that felt genuine." Holmes inserted his key with the practiced ease of countless homecomings. "Fear is always genuine, my dear Watson, regardless of whether its object is real or imagined. The question is not whether Ashworth's terror is authentic, but whether those who inspire it are as supernatural as they would have him believe." The door opened to reveal the welcoming glow of their sitting room, where the coal fire waited to drive away the evening's chill, and Mrs. Hudson's tea promised restoration of both body and spirit. Behind them, London's fog continued its patient vigil, wrapping the city in mystery and transforming familiar streets into landscapes from Gothic romance. Somewhere in that fog, forces both human and allegedly supernatural were preparing for another night's work in the ancient art of intimidation through terror. The evening settled over Baker Street like a familiar friend returning from a long journey, bringing with it the comfortable rituals that mark the close of another day in London's endless cycle. Holmes sat in his customary chair, pipe smoke curling lazily toward the ceiling where it mingled with the golden glow of gaslight and the warmer amber of the coal fire. The sitting room had taken on that particular atmosphere of scholarly contemplation that Watson had come to associate with his friend's most productive periods. Books lay open on every available surface. Papers covered with Holmes' precise handwriting were scattered across the desk, and the air itself seemed thick with concentration and possibility. Watson occupied his own chair across the hearth, a cup of Mrs. Hudson's excellent tea cooling at his elbow as he watched Holmes arrange and rearrange the various documents they had accumulated during their day of investigation. The detective's long fingers moved with the precision of a pianist, sorting telegrams, letters, and newspaper clippings into patterns that only he could perceive. Outside, London's evening chorus had begun. The distant clatter of carriages returning home, the cry of the evening paper vendors calling out headlines in voices that carried through the fog like urban songbirds, and the steady tick of the mantel clock that seemed to mark not just time, but the very heartbeat of their domestic sanctuary. "The timing is everything," Holmes murmured, holding up a telegram that had arrived just before dinner. This message from the International Telegraph Office shows that correspondence between London and Brasov has increased dramatically over the past 6 weeks, exactly coinciding with the beginning of Ashworth's supernatural difficulties. Watson leaned forward to examine the telegram, noting the precise handwriting of the postal clerk who had recorded the transmission details. Someone has been coordinating activities between England and Transylvania. The question is whether that someone is friend or foe to our beleaguered collector. Holmes smiled with the satisfaction of a man beginning to see order emerge from apparent chaos. "I suspect we shall find it is decidedly the latter. Consider the sequence of events. Ashworth inherits the Transylvanian estate in April. The Blackwood family immediately contest the inheritance. Ashworth refuses their offers to purchase his claim, and suddenly, as if summoned by some supernatural coincidence, vampire attacks begin precisely when legal pressure proves insufficient. The fire crackled appreciatively, sending shadows dancing across the accumulated evidence of their investigation. Watson found himself studying the various documents with the methodical attention that years of partnership with Holmes had taught him. Not just reading the words, but looking for patterns, inconsistencies, and revelations hidden between the lines. The telegrams in particular struck him as curious in their careful ambiguity, each message managing to convey information, while revealing as little as possible about the sender's true intentions. "This correspondence from Grigor, the estate caretaker," Watson observed, lifting a letter written in careful English that nonetheless betrayed the writer's foreign origins. "His reports of supernatural disturbances at Castle Ravenshollow are remarkably detailed for someone allegedly terrified by vampiric activity." Holmes nodded approvingly. "Precisely. A truly frightened man would be more likely to flee than to catalogue supernatural manifestations with such methodical precision. Notice how he describes strange sounds in the night and unexplained disappearances of livestock, yet remains at his post to send regular reports. Either Grigor possesses remarkable courage in the face of supernatural terror, or he serves other masters than the estate he claims to protect." The detective rose and began his familiar pacing routine, moving between the fireplace and the window with the restless energy of a caged predator. Outside, the fog had thickened with the approaching night, transforming familiar Baker Street into something from a Gothic romance. Gas lamps struggled to penetrate the murk, creating small islands of one yellow light that only emphasized the darkness beyond their reach. "I've been corresponding with several colleagues on the continent," Holmes continued, pulling another sheaf of papers from the desk. "Professor Möller at the University of Vienna has provided fascinating insights into the use of theatrical techniques in folk magic and supernatural deception. Apparently, travelling performers throughout Eastern Europe have long specialised in creating convincing supernatural effects for various commercial purposes." Watson's medical background immediately suggested several possibilities. "You mean confidence men? Individuals who use apparent supernatural abilities to defraud their victims?" "Exactly. Professor Möller describes an entire subculture of performers who travel from village to village, offering to solve supernatural problems for appropriate compensation. Their methods combine basic chemistry, stage magic, and psychological manipulation to create effects that appear genuinely otherworldly to unsophisticated observers." The sitting room grew quieter as the evening deepened, London's sounds muffled by the thick fog that seemed to absorb noise as effectively as it obscured vision. Mrs. Hudson's footsteps could be heard on the stairs as she made her final rounds of the evening, checking locks and banking fires with the efficient care of someone who had kept house for gentlemen of irregular hours and dangerous occupations. The domestic routine provided a comforting counterpoint to the mysterious forces they were attempting to unravel. Holmes paused by the window, his reflection ghost-like in the gaslit glass. What strikes me as particularly significant is the international nature of this conspiracy. Creating convincing vampire attacks in London requires considerable expertise and resources, far more than a simple inheritance dispute would normally justify. Unless, Watson suggested, the inheritance itself is worth considerably more than anyone has admitted. What do we actually know about the value of this Transylvanian estate? The detective's smile was sharp with satisfaction. An excellent question, my dear Watson. I took the liberty of making inquiries through certain unofficial channels. It appears that Castle Ravenshollow sits atop mineral deposits that have attracted considerable interest from German mining companies. The property's true value may be substantially greater than its assessed worth for inheritance purposes. This revelation cast the entire affair in a different light. Watson found himself reconsidering every aspect of their investigation through the lens of industrial rather than supernatural motives. Mining rights in Eastern Europe were becoming increasingly valuable as European industry expanded, and the discovery of profitable mineral deposits could transform worthless foreign property into a fortune worth killing for. German mining interests, Watson mused. That would explain the international coordination, the elaborate nature of the deception, and the persistence of the attacks despite their apparent supernatural impossibility. Holmes returned to his chair and began filling his pipe with the deliberate care of a man settling in for serious contemplation. Indeed, what we initially perceived as Gothic melodrama begins to look remarkably like modern industrial espionage. The vampire attacks serve a dual purpose. They terrify Ashworth into abandoning his claim while simultaneously discrediting him, should he attempt to seek legal protection. The tobacco caught with a satisfying flare, adding its aromatic smoke to the room's comfortable atmosphere. Outside, a night watchman called the hour in a voice that echoed strangely through the fog-shrouded streets. The sounds seemed to come from another century, a reminder that despite London's modern gaslight and bustling commerce, older mysteries still walked its ancient thoroughfares. There's another element we haven't fully considered, Watson observed, settling deeper into his chair as the evening's warmth enveloped him like a familiar blanket. The psychological aspects of the attacks. Ashworth genuinely believes he's being preyed upon by supernatural forces. His terror was unmistakably authentic when we met him. Holmes nodded thoughtfully, which suggests that whoever is orchestrating these attacks possesses considerable knowledge of human psychology. They've managed to create effects convincing enough to overcome the rational skepticism of an educated Victorian gentleman. That requires more than mere theatrical skill. It demands understanding of fear, suggestion, and the peculiar vulnerability of the human mind to supernatural explanation. The detective paused in his analysis to consult yet another document, this one bearing the letterhead of the Royal Geographic Society. I've also been researching the history of the Blackwood family's connection to Transylvania. It appears they've maintained business interests in the region for several decades, primarily in timber and mining ventures. Marcus Blackwood himself spent considerable time in Eastern Europe during his youth, ostensibly learning the family business, but also acquiring intimate knowledge of local customs and folklore. Watson felt the pieces of the puzzle beginning to align in his mind like the mechanisms of a well-crafted timepiece. So Blackwood possesses both motive and expertise. He understands the value of the Transylvanian property, knows how to exploit local supernatural traditions, and has the international connections necessary to coordinate such an elaborate deception. Precisely. And consider the timing once more. The attacks began only after legal pressure failed to dislodge Ashworth from his inheritance claim. This suggests a carefully planned escalation, moving from conventional business tactics to supernatural terrorism when conventional methods proved insufficient. The fire had settled lower in the grate, casting longer shadows across their accumulated evidence, and creating an atmosphere of intimate conspiracy. Watson found himself thinking of Ashworth alone in his Grosvenor Square mansion, counting the hours until darkness brought fresh terror. The man's isolation was perhaps the cruelest aspect of the entire scheme. Surrounded by luxury, yet unable to trust his own perceptions, protected by locks and walls, yet vulnerable to attacks that seemed to transcend physical barriers. "Tomorrow," Holmes announced, tamping down his pipe with the satisfied air of a man who had reached important conclusions, "we shall begin the process of turning the tables on our supernatural conspirators. I have several ideas for exposing the human machinery behind these allegedly otherworldly attacks." Watson raised an eyebrow. "Do you plan to inform Ashworth of our suspicions?" "Not yet. If our theories are correct, then Ashworth's genuine terror is actually a crucial element in the deception's effectiveness. Should he become aware that his vampire is merely human, his reactions might change in ways that alert our conspirators to our investigation. Better to allow them to continue their charade while we gather the evidence necessary to expose them completely." The detective rose and moved to the window once more, peering out into the fog-shrouded street where gas lamps struggled to maintain their feeble vigil against the encroaching darkness. Somewhere in that murk, London pursued its eternal routine of commerce and crime, love and betrayal, hope and despair. Yet tonight, Holmes and Watson possessed knowledge that might tip the balance in favour of justice over deception, reason over superstition, and human courage over manufactured fear. "I confess," Watson said quietly, "I'm almost disappointed to discover such a mundane explanation for what appeared to be genuine supernatural activity. There was something romantically appealing about the possibility of actual vampires stalking the streets of London." Holmes chuckled softly. "Oh, but I think you'll find that human vampires are far more dangerous than their supernatural counterparts, my dear Watson. The undead of folklore are limited by ancient rules and traditional weaknesses. They can be held at bay with garlic and crosses, destroyed with wooden stakes and holy water. But human monsters are constrained only by their own imagination and ruthlessness. They adapt, evolve, and improve their methods with each success." The observation carried a chill that had nothing to do with the November evening, or the fog pressing against their windows. Watson found himself thinking of all the ways that human ingenuity could be turned toward evil purposes, how modern knowledge could be weaponized to exploit ancient fears, and how the very rationality that defined their age could be used to create terrors more convincing than any supernatural threat. "Nevertheless," Holmes continued, his voice carrying quiet confidence, "human monsters can be defeated by human intellect. Whatever elaborate scheme the Blackwood family has devised, it operates according to logical principles that can be understood, predicted, and ultimately frustrated. Our vampire may be immune to wooden stakes, but I suspect he's quite vulnerable to exposure in a court of law." Mrs. Hudson's clock chimed the late hour, its silvery voice a gentle reminder that even the most fascinating mysteries must eventually yield to the practical demands of rest and restoration. Outside, London was settling into its nightly routine, the fog wrapping familiar streets in mystery, while gas lamps maintained their lonely vigil until dawn. In drawing rooms and servants' halls throughout the great city, people were preparing for sleep, most of them blissfully unaware that in one fashionable neighbourhood, ancient terrors walked in modern disguise. "Shall we retire, Watson?" Holmes suggested, beginning to gather the evening's correspondence into neat piles. "Tomorrow promises to be eventful, and I suspect we'll need all our faculties sharp for the confrontations to come." Watson rose from his chair with the reluctant movement of someone leaving warmth and comfort for the uncertain prospects of another day. Yet he felt a quiet satisfaction in the progress they had made, the way seemingly random facts had begun to form patterns that pointed toward human rather than supernatural explanations. Whatever dangers tomorrow might bring, they would face them armed with knowledge, logic, and the unshakable partnership that had carried them through so many previous adventures. As they prepared to bank the fire and extinguish the gas, Watson paused for one final look at their accumulated evidence. Letters, telegrams, maps, and reports lay scattered across the desk like the pieces of a vast puzzle. each fragment meaningless alone, but together forming a picture of deception, greed, and carefully orchestrated terror. Tomorrow they would begin the delicate process of exposing the truth, of stripping away supernatural disguise to reveal the very human monsters beneath. The fog continued its patient watch outside their windows, transforming London into a city of shadows and suggestions where anything seemed possible, and ancient fears walked hand in hand with modern ambitions. The morning brought one of those rare November days when London's perpetual fog lifted just enough to allow watery sunlight to filter through the coal smoke and mist, transforming the city into a watercolour painting of soft greys and pale golds. Holmes stood at the window of their Baker Street lodgings, fully dressed despite the early hour, his keen eyes studying the street below with the focused attention of a general surveying a battlefield. Watson, still in his dressing gown and nursing his first cup of Mrs. Hudson's excellent coffee, watched his friend with the patient familiarity of long partnership. "Today," Holmes announced without turning from the window, "we begin the process of drawing our vampiric conspirators into the open. I've sent word to Ashworth requesting a meeting this afternoon, ostensibly to report on our investigation's progress. What I haven't told him is that we'll be conducting a rather more elaborate experiment than he might expect." Watson set down his coffee cup with interest. "What sort of experiment?" Holmes finally turned from the window, his grey eyes bright with anticipation. "We're going to stage our own supernatural manifestation. If my theories are correct about the theatrical nature of these attacks, then exposing the methods should be relatively straightforward, provided we can observe them in action." The detective moved to his desk, where he had arranged an impressive collection of items that seemed more suited to a magician's workshop than a consulting detective's office. Watson recognised several chemical compounds from Holmes's laboratory, what appeared to be stage makeup and prosthetic devices, and an assortment of mechanical contraptions whose purposes were not immediately obvious. "I spent the early morning hours consulting with Professor Hartwell at the Royal Academy of Dramatic Arts," Holmes explained. Noting Watson's curious examination of the assembled materials, "it seems that modern stage magic has advanced considerably beyond simple sleight of hand. With the right combination of chemistry, mechanics, and psychology, one can create effects that appear genuinely supernatural to even educated observers." Watson picked up what appeared to be a pair of artificial fangs crafted from ivory and fitted with tiny reservoirs that could be filled with liquid. "These are remarkably convincing. How do they work?" "Pressure applied by the jaw releases a small amount of sheep's blood, or in this case, a chemical compound that mimics blood's appearance while remaining harmless to the victim. The fangs themselves are hollow and sharp enough to create convincing puncture wounds, while a hidden reservoir provides the sanguinary evidence." The ingenuity was both impressive and disturbing. Watson found himself imagining how terrifying such devices would be to someone awakening in darkness, already primed by supernatural fears and cultural conditioning to expect vampiric attack. The combination of physical sensation, visual evidence, and psychological preparation would be devastatingly effective. "But how do the attackers gain access to Ashworth's locked house?" Watson asked. "That remains the central mystery. Regardless of how convincing their theatrical effects might be, they still need to reach their victim." Holmes smiled with satisfaction. "Ah, but that's where human ingenuity becomes truly diabolical. I believe our conspirators have solved that problem through the simplest possible method. They already possess legitimate access to the house." The implication struck Watson like a physical blow. Someone in Ashworth's household is involved. Almost certainly. Consider the logistics. The attacks occur nightly, leave no trace of forced entry, are unheard by other household members, and consistently avoid any encounter with witnesses. Such precision requires intimate knowledge of the house's routines, the location of Ashworth's bedroom, and the movements of other staff members. Watson sank into his chair as the full scope of the conspiracy became clear. "The butler, Hawkins?" He seemed genuinely concerned about his master's welfare. "Perhaps. Or perhaps he's a superb actor playing his assigned role. The Gothic tradition is full of treacherous servants betraying their masters for financial gain. Reality, it seems, sometimes imitates art with disturbing accuracy. The morning sun climbed higher as they prepared for their afternoon confrontation, its weak light gradually burning away the fog to reveal London in all its sooty, bustling glory. Carriages clattered past their window with increasing frequency as the city awakened to another day of commerce and industry, while street vendors began their eternal cycle of calling wares and services to anyone with coins to spend. The sounds created a comfortable backdrop of urban normalcy that made their discussion of supernatural deception seem almost surreal. Holmes spent considerable time arranging his theatrical props and chemical compounds, testing various combinations to ensure they would produce the desired effects when deployed. Watson watched with fascination as his friend transformed himself into a master of illusion, manipulating ordinary materials to create extraordinary phenomena. A mixture of phosphorus and alcohol created an eerie glow that seemed to emanate from nowhere, while a carefully prepared solution of iron sulfate produced the distinctive metallic scent associated with fresh blood. The psychology is as important as the physical effects, Holmes explained as he adjusted a mechanical device designed to create the sound of footsteps in empty rooms. Our conspirators understand that fear makes people susceptible to suggestion. A man already convinced he's being stalked by supernatural forces will interpret ordinary sounds as evidence of otherworldly presence, ordinary shadows as manifestations of evil. Watson nodded thoughtfully. Like Ashworth's insistence that he remembers nothing of the actual attacks, perhaps they're using some form of narcotic to ensure his compliance and confusion. Quite possibly, Professor Whitfield mentioned several compounds that could induce temporary amnesia while leaving the victim conscious enough to experience the staged attack. A few drops in his evening brandy would ensure he remembers just enough to be terrified without retaining enough detail to identify his attackers. The clock chimed noon as they made final preparations for their afternoon expedition. Holmes had assembled his props into a discreet carrying case that looked perfectly ordinary from the outside, while Watson checked his medical bag to ensure he had everything necessary to examine Ashworth for signs of chemical manipulation. They were as ready as careful preparation could make them for whatever revelations the day might bring. The hansom cab that carried them to Grosvenor Square moved through streets busy with London's eternal rhythm of commerce and social intercourse. Ladies in elaborate bonnets stepped carefully around puddles, while their maids followed with packages, gentlemen in top hats discussed business in doorways, and street children dodged between carriages with the fearless agility of urban sparrows. It was a thoroughly normal London afternoon, yet Watson found himself studying every face for signs of conspiracy, every shadow for hints of supernatural threat. Ashworth's house appeared exactly as they had left it, imposing, expensive, and somehow brooding, despite the afternoon's improved lighting. The butler Hawkins answered their knock with his usual granite efficiency, though Watson thought he detected something new in the man's demeanour. A subtle tension, perhaps, or the carefully controlled alertness of someone expecting trouble. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," Hawkins intoned with perfect formality. "Mr. Ashworth is expecting you in the library." They followed the familiar route through corridors lined with expensive artefacts and watched by stern ancestral portraits. But this time Watson examined everything with new understanding. The house's layout would indeed provide numerous opportunities for concealed movement. Servants' stairs, connecting passages between rooms, even the old-fashioned dumbwaiter system that allowed discreet transportation between floors. Someone familiar with the building's architecture could move through it like a ghost, appearing and disappearing at will. Ashworth himself appeared even more haggard than during their previous visit, his face pale and drawn, his hands trembling slightly as he rose to greet them. The marks on his throat were fresh and prominent, suggesting that the previous night had brought another of his mysterious attacks. Yet something in his manner struck Watson as different, a quality of desperate hope mixed with barely controlled terror, as if he sensed that revelation was approaching but feared what it might reveal. "Gentlemen," Ashworth said, gesturing them to seats around the library's massive fireplace, "please tell me you've made progress in solving this nightmare. I cannot endure much more of this supernatural persecution." Holmes settled into his chair with deliberate calm, his grey eyes already cataloguing details of the room's current state. "We have indeed made considerable progress, Mr. Ashworth. In fact, I believe we're very close to exposing the truth behind your nocturnal visitations." The collector leaned forward eagerly. "Then you've discovered evidence of supernatural activity? Proof that I'm truly being stalked by vampiric forces?" "On the contrary," Holmes replied gently, "we've discovered evidence that your vampire is entirely human, a fact that makes him far more dangerous than any supernatural creature, but also far more vulnerable to earthly justice." Ashworth's face cycled through several expressions: disbelief, relief, and finally a new kind of fear as the implications became clear. Human? But how is that possible? The attacks, the marks, the way he appears and disappears without trace. Holmes opened his carrying case and began arranging his collection of theatrical props on the library's polished table. All quite easily accomplished with the right combination of expertise, preparation, and inside assistance. Allow me to demonstrate. What followed was a masterclass in supernatural deception. Holmes showed how artificial fangs could create convincing bite marks while delivering harmless but realistic-looking blood. How chemical compounds could produce otherworldly glows and mysterious scents. How mechanical devices could create the sounds of supernatural movement. Each revelation stripped away another layer of mystery, reducing the terrifying unknown to mundane human trickery. "But who would go to such elaborate lengths?" Ashworth asked, his voice hollow with the shock of understanding. "And why target me specifically?" Watson leaned forward with professional compassion. "Because someone wants very badly to force you to abandon your claim to the Transylvanian inheritance. When legal pressure and financial offers failed, they resorted to supernatural terrorism." The fire crackled in the hearth as the full scope of the conspiracy became clear. Holmes explained the connection between the Blackwood family and German mining interests, the true value of the Transylvanian property, and the careful coordination required to stage such elaborate deceptions. Ashworth listened with growing amazement and anger, his fear gradually transforming into righteous indignation. "Marcus Blackwood," he said finally, his voice hard with resolve. "That explains his confident manner during our negotiations." He knew he had another weapon to deploy if conventional business tactics failed. Holmes nodded. "What remains is to expose the mechanism of the attacks themselves. Someone in your household is providing access and information to the conspirators. I believe we can identify that person tonight, if you're willing to assist in a small deception of our own." The plan Holmes outlined was elegantly simple. They would stage Ashworth's apparent capitulation to the supernatural attacks, announcing his intention to abandon his inheritance claim and flee London immediately. The conspirators, believing themselves successful, would likely attempt one final attack to ensure their victims' compliance, and in doing so, would expose themselves to observation and capture. "The risk is minimal," Holmes assured the nervous collector. "We'll be watching from concealment, with Dr. Watson standing by to provide medical assistance if needed. The moment our theatrical vampires reveal themselves, we'll have all the evidence necessary to expose their deception." Ashworth agreed with the grim determination of a man who had endured supernatural terror long enough to welcome any chance of earthly resolution. As the afternoon shadows lengthened across the library's Persian rugs and ancient volumes, they refined their plan until every detail had been considered and prepared for. Outside, London continued its eternal routine, unaware that in one elegant Mayfair mansion, an elaborate trap was being set for monsters who walked in human form. The gaslight began to flicker on as evening approached, and somewhere in the gathering darkness, forces both criminal and supposedly supernatural were preparing for what they believed would be their final victory. The stage was set for unmasking, and the actors, both willing and unwitting, were taking their positions for the final act of a drama that had begun in the misty hills of Transylvania, but would find its resolution in the heart of Victoria's empire. Night descended upon Grosvenor Square with the deliberate majesty of a theatre curtain, transforming the elegant Georgian facades into a stage set worthy of the most Gothic melodrama. Gas lamps flickered to life along the street, their yellow flames creating pools of warm light that only emphasized the gathering darkness between them. The November air carried the familiar London perfume of coal smoke and dampness, while somewhere in the distance a church bell tolled the evening hour with the solemn persistence of time itself, marking another day's passage into memory. Within Ashworth's library, the conspirators of justice had arranged themselves for their evening's performance. Holmes occupied a position behind the heavy velvet curtains where he could observe the room while remaining invisible to anyone entering from the corridor. Watson had stationed himself in an adjoining chamber with the door slightly ajar, his medical bag at hand and his service revolver loaded with the quiet efficiency of a man who had faced danger in more exotic locations than Mayfair mansions. Ashworth himself sat in his customary chair by the fireplace, playing his assigned role with the nervous energy of an amateur actor on opening night. The collector had spent the afternoon practicing his performance, learning to project the appearance of a man driven to capitulation by supernatural terror. His naturally pale complexion required no theatrical enhancement, and his hands trembled with genuine anxiety despite his intellectual understanding of the deception they were about to expose. The marks on his throat, so recently revealed as human artifice rather than supernatural predation, seemed to throb with renewed significance now that their true nature was understood. "Remember," Holmes had instructed during their final preparations, "you must appear genuinely defeated, ready to abandon your inheritance rather than endure another night of vampiric attack. Our conspirators have invested considerable effort in creating this terror. They'll want to confirm their success before allowing you to escape their influence." The library itself had been arranged to facilitate both observation and capture. Electric lights had been dimmed to create an atmosphere conducive to supernatural manifestation, while strategic mirrors had been positioned to provide Holmes with sight lines into areas that might otherwise remain hidden. Watson's medical knowledge had contributed several innovations: chemical sensors that would detect the presence of narcotic compounds in the air, and recording devices borrowed from the Royal Institution that might capture evidence of the mechanical effects they suspected were being employed. As the evening deepened, London's familiar sounds gradually faded into the comfortable murmur of a great city settling into its nightly routine. Carriages clattered past with decreasing frequency, their occupants bound for theatres and dinner parties, where the evening's entertainment would be considerably more conventional than what awaited in number 47. Street vendors called their final offerings of the day hot chestnuts, evening papers, matches for the gas, their voices echoing strangely in the fog that had begun to gather once again around the elegant squares and crescents of Mayfair. The household staff had been dismissed early, supposedly to allow their master privacy for important correspondence related to his inheritance. Only Hawkins the butler remained, moving through the house with his customary silent efficiency, banking fires and checking locks with the methodical attention of a man who had overseen such routines for decades. Yet Watson, observing from his concealed position, detected something different in the butler's manner, a quality of suppressed excitement perhaps, or the barely controlled tension of someone anticipating significant events. At precisely 10:30, the first signs of the evening's supernatural theatre began to manifest. A strange luminescence appeared in the corridor outside the library, casting shifting shadows that seemed to move independently of any earthly light source. The effect was remarkably convincing, a pale, greenish glow that pulsed with organic rhythm, as if some phosphorescent creature were making its way through the darkened house. Holmes, watching from his concealment, noted the careful positioning of the illumination, the way it avoided direct observation while creating maximum atmospheric impact. Ashworth, following his rehearsed script, rose from his chair with apparent alarm. "Who's there?" he called out, his voice carrying exactly the right mixture of fear and desperate bravado. "I warn you, I've taken precautions against your supernatural attacks." The response came as a low, inhuman sound that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, a combination of growling and whispering that sent genuine chills through even the prepared observers. Watson recognised elements of theatrical technique in the sound, but the effect was nonetheless disturbing. He found himself understanding how such manifestations could reduce even an educated man to superstitious terror, especially when experienced alone in the darkness of a sleeping house. The library's temperature seemed to drop perceptibly, though Holmes suspected this was achieved through prosaic means. Windows opened in adjacent rooms, perhaps, or mechanical devices that could circulate cold air through the building's ventilation system. Yet the effect, combined with the mysterious lighting and unearthly sounds, created an atmosphere of genuine supernatural menace that would have convinced any observer not forewarned of its artificial nature. Ashworth backed toward the fireplace, playing his role of terrified victim with increasing conviction. "Stay away," he cried. "I'll do anything you demand. Just leave me in peace. I'll abandon my claim to the Transylvanian estate, flee London tonight if necessary. Only spare me further attacks." The supernatural manifestations intensified at this apparent capitulation. The phosphorescent glow brightened and began to coalesce into a roughly humanoid shape that seemed to glide rather than walk as it approached the library's entrance. The sound of footsteps echoed through the house, but footsteps with an odd inhuman cadence that suggested something not quite natural, making its way across polished floors and Persian carpets. Holmes tensed in his concealment, recognizing the critical moment of their trap. If his theories were correct, the conspirators would now reveal themselves to confirm Ashworth's surrender and ensure his compliance with their demands. The artificial vampire would need to manifest in person to complete the psychological domination they had worked so carefully to establish. The library door swung open with Gothic drama, revealing a figure that might have stepped directly from the pages of a sensation novel. Tall, draped in flowing black fabric that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, with a pale face that bore the traditional marks of vampiric nature. Prominent canine teeth, eyes that glowed with unnatural fire, and skin with the waxy pallor of the undead. The effect was supremely theatrical yet undeniably effective, combining folklore's most persistent fears with modern stagecraft's most convincing techniques. "Mortal," the figure intoned in a voice that seemed to come from beyond the grave. "Your submission has been noted. Abandon your false claims to properties that belong to older, darker powers, and perhaps your life may be spared. Continue to meddle in affairs beyond your understanding, and face consequences more terrible than death itself." Ashworth cowered convincingly, his performance enhanced by genuine nervousness. "I understand. I'll leave London immediately, renounce all claims to my uncle's estate. Just grant me mercy, I beg you." It was at this moment that the figure made its crucial error. Instead of maintaining its supernatural persona and withdrawing into mysterious darkness, it stepped fully into the library's lamplight and reached into its robes for what appeared to be legal documents. The gesture was purely human, businesslike, efficient, concerned with practical matters rather than otherworldly drama. "Sign these papers," the figure commanded, its supernatural voice momentarily forgotten in favour of more prosaic tones, "and your torment will end tonight." Holmes emerged from concealment like an avenging spirit, his tall form unfolding from behind the curtains with dramatic timing that would have done credit to any West End theatre. "I think not, Mr. Blackwood," he said quietly, his voice cutting through the Gothic atmosphere like a blade through silk. "Though I must commend you on an exceptionally convincing performance." The effect of Holmes's appearance was electric. The supposed vampire spun around with distinctly human surprise, its supernatural composure dissolving into mortal confusion. Watson emerged from the adjoining room, his medical training allowing him to note with professional interest how quickly stage makeup and artificial effects lost their power once exposed to rational scrutiny. "Marcus Blackwood, I presume," Holmes continued, advancing into the room with calm authority. "Though you wear your costume with considerable flair, I'm afraid your performance betrays several distinctly human characteristics. That phosphorescent paint on your face, for instance, a clever effect, but it requires fresh application every few hours. And those remarkable fangs. Ivory construction with hidden reservoirs, unless I'm very much mistaken." Blackwood's hand moved toward his robes, but Watson's voice cut across the room with military precision. "I wouldn't advise any sudden movements, sir. I'm quite prepared to demonstrate that bullets work remarkably well against even the most supernatural opponents." The confrontation hung in the balance for a moment, theatrical drama giving way to the more mundane realities of criminal exposure and legal consequences. Then Blackwood's shoulders sagged in defeat, and he reached up to remove the artificial fangs that had been the centerpiece of his supernatural disguise. "How long have you known?" he asked, his voice now carrying the cultured tones of an educated English gentleman, rather than the sepulchral whispers of the undead. Holmes smiled with quiet satisfaction. "I suspected human involvement from our first meeting with Mr. Ashworth. The precision of the attacks, their convenient timing in relation to your inheritance dispute, and the complete absence of any witnesses all suggested careful human planning rather than supernatural manifestation. Your performance tonight merely confirmed what logic had already suggested." Watson moved to examine the various props and chemical devices that Blackwood had employed in his elaborate deception. The arsenal was impressive. Phosphorescent compounds, mechanical sound effects, artificial blood, and an assortment of theatrical devices that could create convincing supernatural phenomena. "Quite sophisticated," he observed. "This represents considerable investment in time and expertise." "The Transylvanian mineral rights justified the expense," Blackwood replied, with the bitter tone of a man whose carefully laid plans had crumbled to dust. "German mining companies were prepared to pay handsomely for access to those deposits. Your stubborn client's refusal to sell his inheritance was costing us a fortune." Ashworth had been listening to this exchange with growing amazement and anger. "So you terrorized me for weeks, made me question my own sanity, all for the sake of mining profits?" "Business is business," Blackwood replied with callous indifference. "I offered you a fair price for your inheritance. When you refused, I simply applied alternative pressure. The vampire attacks were remarkably effective. You would have capitulated eventually, even without tonight's dramatic finale." Holmes examined the legal documents that Blackwood had intended to force Ashworth to sign, noting their careful preparation and official seals. These papers would have transferred not just the Transylvanian estate, but also mineral rights and development permissions. Quite comprehensive. Did your German associates provide the legal expertise? "Among other services," Blackwood admitted. "The theatrical elements were my own contribution. I spent considerable time in Eastern Europe learning local folklore and supernatural traditions. The combination of genuine cultural knowledge and modern stage effects proved remarkably convincing. The library had gradually returned to normal as the artificial supernatural effects faded and the gaslight resumed its steady illumination. Outside, London continued its nightly routine, unaware that a conspiracy involving international mining interests and Gothic theatre had just been exposed in one of its most fashionable neighbourhoods. The fog pressed against the windows like a curious observer, while church bells marked the passage of time with their eternal rhythm. Watson applied his medical knowledge to examining Blackwood's theatrical apparatus, noting the sophistication of devices designed to create convincing bite marks without causing serious injury. "The precision required suggests considerable anatomical knowledge. Have you medical training?" "Veterinary college," Blackwood replied reluctantly, "before I entered the family business. The skills proved unexpectedly useful for this particular venture." Holmes had been studying the overall organisation of the conspiracy with professional appreciation. "The inside assistance from Ashworth's household. I assume that was essential to your success." At this moment, footsteps could be heard in the corridor, and Hawkins the butler appeared in the doorway. His usual granite composure had cracked, revealing the anxiety of a man who realised his part in the conspiracy had been exposed. He stood uncertain in the entrance, clearly torn between flight and some futile attempt at maintaining his cover. "Come in, Hawkins," Holmes said gently. "Your role in this elaborate deception has been quite clear for some time. The timing of the attacks, the absence of witnesses, the remarkable lack of physical evidence, all required intimate knowledge of household routines and access to Mr. Ashworth's private chambers." The butler stepped into the room with the defeated bearing of a man whose secrets had been stripped away. "Mr. Blackwood offered me more money than I could earn in a lifetime of service," he said quietly. "I never intended any real harm to come to Mr. Ashworth. The effects were designed to frighten, not injure." Ashworth stared at his long-time employee with a mixture of betrayal and disbelief. "How long, Hawkins?" How long have you been planning this deception? Since the day you inherited the Transylvanian estate, the butler replied with painful honesty. Mr. Blackwood approached me immediately, offering partnership in what he claimed would be a harmless business arrangement. The supernatural attacks were presented as theatrical entertainment that would convince you to accept a profitable sale. The revelation of a household betrayal seemed to affect Ashworth more deeply than the exposure of Blackwood's elaborate criminal conspiracy. He sank into his chair by the fireplace, suddenly looking older and more fragile than his years. The comfortable world of trusted servants and familiar routines had been revealed as an illusion, leaving him alone in ways that supernatural terror never could have achieved. The morning after the unmasking dawned with unexpected clarity, as if London itself had decided to celebrate the triumph of reason over superstition by lifting its perpetual veil of fog and coal smoke. Sunlight, genuine warm sunlight, streamed through the windows of 221B Baker Street, transforming the familiar sitting room into something almost Mediterranean in its golden brightness. Holmes sat at his breakfast table with the satisfied air of a man who had spent the night tidying up the loose ends of human folly, while Watson occupied his customary chair with a cup of Mrs. Hudson's excellent coffee, and the morning papers spread across his lap. The events at Grosvenor Square had concluded with admirable efficiency and minimal drama. Inspector Lestrade had arrived within the hour, summoned by Holmes' carefully worded telegram, and had taken Blackwood and his accomplices into custody with the professional competence that characterised Scotland Yard's handling of mundane criminal matters. The supernatural elements that had so terrorised Ashworth were revealed to be nothing more than stage props and chemical compounds, their power to frighten dissolving instantly under the harsh light of rational examination. "I confess," Watson observed, settling deeper into his chair as the morning warmth enveloped him like a favourite blanket, "I'm rather relieved to discover that London's vampire problem was entirely human in origin. There's something comforting about enemies who can be arrested, tried and sentenced according to conventional legal procedures." Holmes smiled as he buttered his toast with the precise attention of a man who found satisfaction in simple, orderly processes. "Indeed. Though I must admit there was something almost admirable about the scope of Blackwood's deception. The combination of international business interests, Gothic theatre and domestic betrayal showed a certain criminal artistry that transcends mere greed. Outside, London continued its nightly routine, unaware that a conspiracy involving international mining interests and Gothic theatre had just been exposed in one of its most fashionable neighbourhoods. The fog pressed against the windows like a curious observer, while church bells marked the passage of time with their eternal rhythm. Watson applied his medical knowledge to examining Blackwood's theatrical apparatus, noting the sophistication of devices designed to create convincing bite marks without causing serious injury. "The precision required suggests considerable anatomical knowledge. Have you medical training?" "Veterinary college," Blackwood replied reluctantly, "before I entered the family business. The skills proved unexpectedly useful for this particular venture." Holmes had been studying the overall organisation of the conspiracy with professional appreciation. "The inside assistance from Ashworth's household. I assume that was essential to your success." At this moment footsteps could be heard in the corridor, and Hawkins the butler appeared in the doorway. His usual granite composure had cracked, revealing the anxiety of a man who realised his part in the conspiracy had been exposed. He stood uncertain in the entrance, clearly torn between flight and some futile attempt at maintaining his cover. "Come in, Hawkins," Holmes said gently. "Your role in this elaborate deception has been quite clear for some time. The timing of the attacks, the absence of witnesses, the remarkable lack of physical evidence, all required intimate knowledge of household routines and access to Mr. Ashworth's private chambers." The butler stepped into the room with the defeated bearing of a man whose secrets had been stripped away. "Mr. Blackwood offered me more money than I could earn in a lifetime of service," he said quietly. "I never intended any real harm to come to Mr. Ashworth. The effects were designed to frighten, not injure." Ashworth stared at his long-time employee with a mixture of betrayal and disbelief. "How long, Hawkins? How long have you been planning this deception?" "Since the day you inherited the Transylvanian estate," the butler replied with painful honesty. "Mr. Blackwood approached me immediately, offering partnership in what he claimed would be a harmless business arrangement. The supernatural attacks were presented as theatrical entertainment that would convince you to accept a profitable sale. The revelation of a household betrayal seemed to affect Ashworth more deeply than the exposure of Blackwood's elaborate criminal conspiracy. He sank into his chair by the fireplace, suddenly looking older and more fragile than his years. The comfortable world of trusted servants and familiar routines had been revealed as an illusion, leaving him alone in ways that supernatural terror never could have achieved. The morning after the unmasking dawned with unexpected clarity, as if London itself had decided to celebrate the triumph of reason over superstition by lifting its perpetual veil of fog and coal smoke. Sunlight, genuine warm sunlight, streamed through the windows of 221B Baker Street, transforming the familiar sitting room into something almost Mediterranean in its golden brightness. Holmes sat at his breakfast table with the satisfied air of a man who had spent the night tidying up the loose ends of human folly, while Watson occupied his customary chair with a cup of Mrs. Hudson's excellent coffee, and the morning papers spread across his lap. The events at Grosvenor Square had concluded with admirable efficiency and minimal drama. Inspector Lestrade had arrived within the hour, summoned by Holmes' carefully worded telegram, and had taken Blackwood and his accomplices into custody with the professional competence that characterised Scotland Yard's handling of mundane criminal matters. The supernatural elements that had so terrorised Ashworth were revealed to be nothing more than stage props and chemical compounds, their power to frighten dissolving instantly under the harsh light of rational examination. "I confess," Watson observed, settling deeper into his chair as the morning warmth enveloped him like a favourite blanket, "I'm rather relieved to discover that London's vampire problem was entirely human in origin. There's something comforting about enemies who can be arrested, tried and sentenced according to conventional legal procedures." Holmes smiled as he buttered his toast with the precise attention of a man who found satisfaction in simple, orderly processes. "Indeed. Though I must admit there was something almost admirable about the scope of Blackwood's deception. The combination of international business interests, Gothic theatre and domestic betrayal showed a certain criminal artistry that transcends mere greed. The detective had spent the early morning hours documenting the case for official records, his precise handwriting filling several pages with the methodical detail that characterised his approach to even the most exotic mysteries. The artificial fangs, phosphorescent compounds, and mechanical sound effects were now safely in police custody, where they would serve as evidence in what promised to be one of the more unusual prosecutions in recent legal memory. Outside their window, Baker Street was awakening to another day of London's eternal commercial rhythm. Street vendors called their wares, with voices that carried clearly in the unusually crisp air, while carriages clattered past with loads of goods and passengers bound for the great city's 1,000 different destinations. The sounds created a comfortable backdrop of urban normalcy that made the previous night's Gothic drama seem almost like something from a sensation novel rather than lived experience. Mrs. Hudson appeared in the doorway with the sort of timing that suggested she'd been listening for the conclusion of their morning conversation. Her grey hair was neatly pinned despite the early hour, and her expression carried that particular mixture of pride and exasperation that she reserved for her tenant's more successful adventures. "A telegram for you, Mr. Holmes," she announced, extending an envelope with the careful attention usually reserved for important correspondence. "Delivered just now by a very polite young man who insisted it was urgent." Holmes accepted the telegram with interest, noting the expensive paper and the careful handwriting of the postal clerk who had transcribed the message. "From Mr. Ashworth," he observed, after breaking the seal and scanning the contents. "He wishes to express his gratitude and to share some rather interesting developments regarding his Transylvanian inheritance." Watson raised an eyebrow. "Surely he's not planning to travel to Transylvania after everything that's happened?" "I should think he'd want to avoid any further connection to that particular property." "On the contrary," Holmes replied, his voice carrying a note of amused satisfaction. "It seems that exposure of the conspiracy has only strengthened his resolve to examine his inheritance personally. He's arranged passage to Brasov next month, accompanied by a team of legitimate mining experts who will assess the property's actual value. The irony was not lost on either man. Blackwood's elaborate scheme to force Ashworth's abandonment of his inheritance had achieved exactly the opposite result. Instead of frightening the collector away from his Transylvanian estate, the revelation of its true value had inspired him to pursue the matter with newfound determination. The mining rights that had motivated the criminal conspiracy would now benefit their rightful owner rather than German industrialists and their English accomplices. A second knock at the door announced another visitor, and Mrs. Hudson's voice could be heard in the entrance hall greeting someone with the particular warmth she reserved for favoured clients. Footsteps on the stairs, measured, familiar, but somehow lighter than before, suggested that Ashworth himself had come to call. When he appeared in the sitting-room doorway, the transformation was remarkable. Gone was the nervous, haunted man they had first met. In his place stood someone who looked rested, confident, and genuinely at peace for the first time in weeks. "Gentlemen," Ashworth said, his voice carrying none of the tremor that had characterized their previous meetings, "I hope you'll forgive the early hour, but I couldn't wait until a more conventional time to express my gratitude. You've given me back my life, and quite possibly my sanity." Holmes gestured to a chair by the fire, which Mrs. Hudson had thoughtfully maintained despite the morning's unusual warmth. "Please sit down. You look remarkably recovered from your supernatural ordeal." Ashworth settled into the offered chair with visible relief, as if the simple act of sitting in familiar surroundings provided comfort that weeks of luxury in his own home had failed to deliver. "I slept last night for the first time in a month. Truly slept. Without fear of supernatural visitation or mysterious attacks. The difference is extraordinary. I had forgotten what it felt like to rest without terror." Watson leaned forward with professional interest. "Have you experienced any lingering effects from whatever compounds they were using to cloud your memory?" "I confess I'm curious about the medical aspects of their deception. Some haziness about the details of individual attacks," Ashworth admitted. "But my general health seems to be returning rapidly. Dr. Pemberton examined me this morning and found no evidence of lasting harm. Whatever they were using to ensure my compliance was apparently designed to be temporary in its effects." The collector reached into his coat and withdrew a thick envelope bound with official seals. "I've brought something I thought you might find interesting. Correspondence from the legitimate caretaker of my uncle's estate. It seems that Grigor, the man who had been sending those ominous reports about supernatural disturbances, was not my uncle's real employee at all." Holmes accepted the documents with keen interest, his grey eyes already scanning the pages for significant details. "An imposter? How delightfully thorough our conspirators were in their attention to detail. The real caretaker, a gentleman named Stefan who has served my family faithfully for decades, writes that he was dismissed several months ago by someone claiming to represent the new owner. He's been living in the village ever since, puzzled by his sudden unemployment, but too polite to challenge what he assumed were legitimate instructions." Watson shook his head in amazement. "The scope of the deception is remarkable. They managed to coordinate activities across multiple countries, install their own agent at the Transylvanian estate, and infiltrate your London household, all for the sake of mining rights that might not even prove profitable." "Oh, but they will prove profitable," Ashworth said with quiet satisfaction. "Stefan's letters include geological surveys that my uncle commissioned shortly before his death. The mineral deposits are quite real and apparently quite valuable. Blackwood's intelligence was accurate, even if his methods were criminal." The morning sun climbed higher as they discussed the ramifications of the case, its light gradually warming the sitting room, until even the perpetual London chill seemed to retreat before its influence. Outside, the city continued its eternal dance of commerce and ambition, but within the peaceful sanctuary of Baker Street, the three men could reflect on mysteries solved and justice served, with the quiet satisfaction that comes from work well done. Holmes had been examining Stefan's letters with the careful attention he reserved for particularly interesting documents. "Your uncle appears to have been quite the scholar," he observed. "These references to Transylvanian folklore suggest genuine academic interest rather than mere collecting enthusiasm." Ashworth nodded eagerly. "That's why I'm so determined to visit the estate personally. Uncle Bartholomew spent decades accumulating materials that could be genuinely significant for understanding Eastern European cultural traditions. The mining rights may be valuable, but the scholarly legacy could be priceless. And the real Grigor, I assume Stefan, will be able to provide guidance through this collection. Indeed, his letters suggest he's as much archivist as caretaker, with intimate knowledge of my uncle's research methods and discoveries. I'm particularly excited about what he describes as a complete manuscript history of vampire folklore in the Carpathian region, apparently based on interviews with local villagers who still remember the old traditions. Watson smiled at the irony. So Blackwood's theatrical vampirism will be replaced by genuine scholarly investigation of vampire folklore. There's a certain poetic justice in that. The clock on the mantel chimed the hour, 10 o'clock, though the unusual brightness made it feel much later. Mrs. Hudson's footsteps could be heard in the kitchen below as she began preparations for the midday meal. The comfortable domestic sounds providing a backdrop of normalcy that made the previous night's drama seem almost dreamlike in its Gothic extravagance. Ashworth rose to take his leave but paused at the door with an expression of genuine emotion. I know that expressing gratitude seems inadequate after what you've done for me, but I hope you understand how profound my debt truly is. You didn't just solve a criminal conspiracy, you saved my reason, perhaps even my life. Holmes waved away the thanks with characteristic modesty. We merely applied logic to circumstances that seemed supernatural but proved entirely human. The real credit belongs to your own courage in enduring weeks of systematic terrorization without losing your essential rationality. Still, Ashworth insisted, if there's ever anything I can do to repay your kindness. There is one thing, Holmes said thoughtfully. When you return from Transylvania, I should very much like to hear about your uncle's research into vampire folklore. I suspect there are fascinating connections between traditional beliefs and the sort of criminal exploitation we've just witnessed. Ashworth promised to share whatever discoveries awaited him in the Carpathian Hills, then departed with the energetic step of a man freed from supernatural bondage and eager to embrace legitimate adventure. The sitting room seemed quieter after his departure, filled with that particular peace that follows the successful resolution of complex human difficulties. Watson settled back into his chair and reached for the morning papers, noting with amusement that several headlines dealt with unexplained phenomena that probably had explanations as mundane as Ashworth's vampire attacks. It's remarkable how many mysteries dissolve under careful examination, he observed. One wonders how much of the world's supernatural activity is actually criminal conspiracy in exotic disguise. Holmes began the familiar ritual of filling his pipe, the careful preparation providing a moment of contemplative silence in which to reflect on the case's broader implications. Human nature provides quite enough mystery and complexity without invoking supernatural forces, he finally replied. Greed, fear, ambition, betrayal. These are the true monsters that stalk through human experience, and they're far more dangerous than any folklore vampire. The tobacco caught with a satisfying flare, adding its aromatic smoke to the sitting room's comfortable atmosphere. Outside, London's fog had lifted completely for perhaps the first time in weeks, revealing the great city in all its sooty, bustling, eternally fascinating glory. Carriages filled with Christmas shoppers were beginning to appear on the streets, their occupants bundled against the November chill, but clearly energized by the unusual clarity of the day. I confess, Watson said, folding his newspaper with the satisfied air of a man reviewing a day's work well completed. I'll sleep better tonight, knowing that London's vampire problem has been resolved through entirely conventional means. There's something deeply reassuring about enemies who can be defeated with handcuffs rather than wooden stakes. Holmes smiled with quiet contentment, his grey eyes reflecting the morning light that streamed through their familiar windows. Indeed. Though I suspect that somewhere in this great city, other conspiracies are even now taking shape, other mysteries waiting to be solved through the application of reason to apparently unreasonable circumstances. The sitting room fell into comfortable silence as both men contemplated the peculiar satisfaction that comes from imposing order on chaos, from finding human explanations for seemingly supernatural mysteries. Outside, London continued its eternal rhythm of life and commerce, while within the peaceful sanctuary of 221B Baker Street, two friends rested in the knowledge that justice had been served and reason had triumphed over superstition. In distant Transylvania, an ancient castle waited for its rightful owner to claim both its material treasures and its scholarly legacy. And in the heart of Victoria's empire, the fog that had shrouded streets in mystery was lifting at last, revealing a world where even the most Gothic terrors proved to have thoroughly human hearts. The phantom of the Carpathian Hills had been unmasked, not as a creature of supernatural evil, but as a reminder that human imagination, when guided by greed rather than wonder, could create terrors more convincing than any folklore monster. Yet in the end, human reason had proved stronger than human deception, and ancient fears had given way to modern understanding. London settled into its midday routine, and somewhere in the warming sunshine, church bells began to chime the peaceful hours of another ordinary day in an extraordinary city where mysteries bloomed like flowers and were solved like puzzles by those patient enough to look beyond surface appearances to the human truths beneath. And so our tale draws to its gentle close, like fog lifting from familiar streets to reveal the comfortable world beneath. In the end, the phantom of the Carpathian Hills proved to be not a creature of darkness and ancient evil, but simply another reminder that human hearts can harbour both the deepest fears and the brightest courage. Ashworth found his peace not in wooden stakes or holy water, but in the steady application of reason and the loyal friendship of those who chose to see truth rather than terror. The mysteries that haunt our nights, whether they whisper from Transylvanian castles or creep through London's gaslit streets, often dissolve in morning light to reveal themselves as puzzles, waiting patiently for human understanding. And perhaps that's the most comforting truth of all, that even our darkest fears have human solutions, and even our strangest mysteries yield to the gentle persistence of those who refuse to let superstition triumph over sense. Sleep well, dear listeners, wherever in the world you find yourselves tonight. May your rest be as peaceful as a London morning when the fog has lifted, and may you wake to find that whatever phantoms trouble your dreams are nothing more than shadows waiting for daylight to chase them away. Until our paths cross again in another tale, this is What If Sleep Storian, wishing you the deepest rest and the sweetest dreams. Good night.